Angela is running a bit late, so I will start a sprint right now. And let me actually set this to 45 minutes. We'll get into a sprint right now, and we'll just return. She'll be back when we finish the sprint. So let's see you guys in 45.
Hello, welcome back. Clementine, you're muted.
Welcome back. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. Can you try talking again?
Yes, I can try. Wait.
Okay, my volume is all the way up and you are super quiet for me. But it might just be me. Let me try to figure out my settings.
No, I think it's because I was trying
If
to.
everyone else can hear Clementine, can you let us know in the chat? Um,
Yeah, I'm trying the headphones, but I don't know if it works really well.
it really feels like I might not be able to hear you at all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel silly. Um,
No, it's okay. Let me
let
just.
me. I can pull up this prints on my phone and see if I can hear you. Oh, now I can hear you. Oh yeah, now it's crystal clear.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's just for since I'm for everyone watching us, I'm obviously different background and I'm at my dad's place and it's, France, so it's like nearly 11 p.m. So I felt, even if I'm talking that, with the headphones at least, you would have less sounds, but yeah.
I'm
The microphone issue is
sorry.
like I have to figure it out, but yes.
Okay, but we can definitely hear you now. Wonderful, awesome. Cool. Well, how are you, Clementine, and how is the book?
I'm okay. I'm like, oh, let me actually, yeah. Thank you, Angela. You're on top of it. I'm like 18% now through, so it's City of Miracles by Robert Jackson Bennett. So this is like the third book in the Divine Cities trilogy. So it is like the third book. I've really liked the two first ones. So far, this third one, the startup, was like the first chapter was fine because you follow this like guy that you saw before, but then you don't really know where it's going because it's also like the timeline between each book is like between book 1 and 2 there's like 7 years, and between like book 2 and 3 there's like 20 some years nearly or something, 12 years at least. So there's a huge span of time in total. So obviously, like when you follow back the character, a lot of things happen that you didn't know. So it does take it back. What are you reading, Angela?
So I'm reading The Broken Eye. I'm trying to get back into it because when we stopped doing sprints, I just kind of stopped listening to
Mm-hmm.
it, which I know is not good. So I'm at about like 13% right now, which I know is not very far through. It is a very long book. But I started, oh no, I went back a little bit because I was trying to figure out what was going on. So now I'm only at 10%. But what happened, like I started listening to it like right now, and my I was so baffled and confused because the narrator was like talking in first person, and this is a third person book through and through. Like you follow different
Oh,
people, but
yeah.
everything's in third person. So I was like, why are we in first person? What are all of these words? I don't know who's talking. I don't know where we are. I was like, what happened? So I
Yeah.
skipped back to the beginning of the chapter and I still couldn't figure it out. And I was like, fine, we'll go back another chapter. So I went back another chapter. And that chapter I remembered some of, and I knew that the narrator is very familiar to us, like a very familiar character. I was like, oh yeah, everything's fine. I remember what's going on. And now when I listen to the beginning of this next chapter, it's totally gonna make sense. And then I listened to the next chapter and it was completely baffling. And I was like, all right, it's not me. It's the book. um,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So that's what I'm kind of coping with at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry I was late, by the way.
No.
Um
No,
I
we
am, yeah, looking at apartments and I wanted to try what the commute would be like to go to one potential apartment that I'm looking at.
mm,
And it's a really bad commute. I'm not happy
Oops.
with it,
Yeah.
but the apartment's really good and the area is really good and the price is really good. So
Uh-huh.
it's like
How
all of
much
these things
time
are great.
more? How much more time does it take you?
Significant amount of time. But right now I live like less than in no traffic. It's a 14-minute drive
Yeah.
from my job, which is really short.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm used to.
Mhm.
And then I'll have the option to take a toll home if I move to this apartment. And if I take the toll, it would only be like 30 minutes. But if I don't take the toll road, which is what I tried today, and if it's in, afternoon traffic, which is what I tried today, it's like
Mhm.
45 minutes, which is long and icky. And I do not like it. So I think the solution
Yeah.
is to get an easy pass and just do the toll. Because if
Yeah.
everything else about the apartment is good,
Yeah.
then I'll
Yeah.
probably still take it. But
And hey, I know it requires you to wake up even earlier than you
which
usually do in the
sucks.
morning, which is hard because you do start early, right?
It's really bad.
But longer listening audiobook time?
See, that's also what I've been thinking about is like I don't hate time I spend sitting in my car. Like I really don't hate it. Um I mean I would rather not be driving for a longer amount of time.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
there are often days when I like drive home and the drive is so short that I still like sit out in my car for a few minutes to decompress before I come inside.
Mhm.
Like I would say that's like a pretty regular action for me.
Sure.
So I don't actually think I'll be losing that much more time. I
Mhm.
will be losing gas money, which is
Yeah.
like annoying. I don't know. I'm gonna actually, so I'll be touring the apartment and like meeting the property manager tomorrow, and I'll see if I actually
Sure.
like it.
Sure.
But yeah,
Makes sense.
thanks,
And
Maria. You're so
hi
kind.
everyone. Let me just back up and look at some comments. So Scorpio is reading everyone in my family has killed someone,
Have you read that one,
but
Wendy?
they didn't read that sprint. I haven't.
Okay, I have. It's a good one. It's fun. It's very meta and funny.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard of it and it's one I would be tempted to as like a mystery thriller compared to I'm not usually reading in that genre, but this one seems fine. Hi friends. Hi Maria. Yes, at work with the time difference.
Thank you for still being here, Maria.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Problems.
I love that
Uh,
Scorpio was saying, Clementine, say something. I think as you were trying to talk,
yes, I
which
know.
is
She was
hilarious
probably putting that comment as
to help us. Yeah.
yes. I almost wish I had a commute for the audiobook time. I don't think you do, because like when I actually did have some commutes, the problem is also maybe because it was public transport. I would say public transport is harder because there's especially if there's like voices of people around, right?
Yeah, that's a
With
different vibe.
audiobook. Or like there's announces like I was traveling actually today to my dad's, right? So I took a train and then a couple of our small trains and stuff. So there's like the announcer that's saying a bunch of stuff that you have to pause or like, go back for. So it's a little bit, but I
Yeah,
really
one
do
good
hope.
thing about having a commute is that it does create a really clear separation between work and home, which I do appreciate. That's something that was really eroded during the pandemic when I
Sure.
was teaching from home, and something that became kind of challenging for a lot of people. So I do think that that's helpful. But
I guess the question then for you is like, do you like the neighborhood that it's in?
oh yeah, the neighborhood is great. So those of us who are my in-person real life friends here, hi. It's by Steffi's house. It's like less than 5 minutes
Oh,
away from Steffi's house. So it's
okay.
like a wicked commute to work. But it's like super close to Zeke's coffee
Mm-hmm.
shop and the Snug bookstore. Like there are so
Yeah,
many
yeah.
things
No,
that
no,
are great there.
it's a nice,
It's a
yeah.
great area, and also like I feel very safe in that area. And
Mm-hmm.
like Atlas and I could go on walks and be perfectly
Yeah,
fine, and
yeah,
all of those things. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, it's good to consider. I mean, those are important things.
Also,
Uh,
driving to D&D would take no time at all. I would never be late to D&D again. It would be great.
well, I mean, maybe still because it's on Friday and you come back from work.
That's true, but
Yeah,
I mean,
but still
I could
easier.
practically walk
Yes.
there. Allison
Yeah.
could walk to D&D. That would be so fun.
Wow. Yes, that would be interesting. So Michelle's reading the Atlas Complex. Are you
Atlas,
talking
Michelle is
about
reading
the
about you. About
sequel
you.
to the Atlas 6?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. She brought the Atlas 6 to book club a few weeks ago.
Mm. Yeah, I agree with Maria. Overall, it is a winning place. Obviously,
I
the
know.
only downside is commute and of course gas, which is not,
Yeah,
an
it is.
important to consider. But
It's very appealing to be near a friend, though. Right now, I'm not actually close to any
yeah.
friends. And I feel like if there was an emergency, like,
hmm
I mean, everyone's like 20 minutes away. It's not bad, but it would
Yeah,
be
but
nice to
still.
be close to somebody.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, Michelle, you're on the third book of the series. Great. I couldn't remember if it was Atlas Complex or Atlas Paradox first.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't read the Atlas 6, so I can't tell.
I read the
which one's
first
which.
two, and I deluded myself into thinking I liked the first one when I read it. I was like, yeah, sure, I like this. I'm the kind of person who likes this. And then I was reading the second one, and I was like, no, I never liked this, and I just really wanted to. I wanted to be cool.
Mhm.
I wanted to be one of the cool girls who liked the Atlas 6, and I was
Yeah, I deluded myself into thinking that I could read a Levy Blake, and especially that I ordered the one that would suit me the least. I think I ordered the Alone with You in the Ether, which is
yeah,
this
that's
like
the one I
this
thought you would have.
conversation long book or something, and I'm like, yeah, no, I think I tried like a chapter or two. I didn't even put it in somewhere. It's just even like the writing from the start was weird to me. It seemed like contemporary fiction to me, and I was like, nope, that's not for me at all. I don't know why about it.
Yeah. Mr. Atlas, oh my goodness. He's very
Nice.
needy today, but I also just recently got home. At 4%
So
of
Michelle was productive. She read 4% of a book, of her
Oh,
book,
she's
Made an Ear.
she's crocheting.
Yes. So this is
She
Emigrant,
crocheted an
so
ear.
she's making
For
ear.
anyone
And
listening,
yes.
crocheted an ear.
And went through a shelf of books. I'm assuming organizing somewhat the shelf of books. And Maria says Atlas is killing me with cuteness. I know.
Oh my goodness, he's so needy with his
Yeah.
little paw going, pet me, thank you. Yeah, he is the best.
It really is.
He's a great little guy.
So while I was reading, I was also crocheting. You might have seen the.
Yes. Oh, it looks so good.
I know. I'm deluding myself into thinking that I can do at least like a good more portion. My dad's birthday is Thursday.
Oh,
This is a blanket for my dad's, right?
How much more do you think you have to go?
Should I hide underneath the blanket? Well, I wanted to make it like kind of long. It is covering the legs now. It's covering my legs, right? Which is
Was
not
it supposed to
that
be
bad.
like a lap blanket situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I did want it to make it like longer so we could like kind of snuggle in if you wanted or something like this. And I think for now it's like a little bit not long enough for that. So I
Sure.
do need like maybe this much more would be nice.
You started here,
Yeah,
then
I
you're
know.
like,
This much more would be
At
nice.
first I was like, oh, you could probably get that. And then you were like, and I was like, oh,
Yep.
I believe in you, though. It's totally possible.
Mm-hmm.
You could do it. Organizing and putting on your TBR. Ooh.
Nice. And I agree with Maria. That's very productive, Michelle. Very nice.
Yes. I need to figure out a craft to do while we chat. So I found when Clementine moved, she gave me her yarn.
Yes.
And
some
of it I took to the children at work, and some of it I kept for me. And you have 3 balls of like a cream alpaca yarn that you left. And it's so squishy. Oh my God, it's so soft. And I have another ball of alpaca yarn that is like in a similar weight, a similar thickness. And it's like a pinkish color. It's
Ooh.
actually, and what I've been wanting to do, and you're giving me the perfect moment, is I wanted to make an Atlas colored inspired situation. And the pinky brown yarn that I have is exactly the color of the inside of his ears.
Aww.
And the white color that you have is the color of his fur. And so I'm
Aww.
like, I think I want um like maybe swatch the alpaca yarn that you have here and see what my gauge is and see if I can find a project to do.
That sounds perfect. Also, I didn't. That's one of the things that I think I bought that one when I found something online, to buy, and I didn't have any project in mind, and then it fell in the bottom of my,
Yeah.
of my um of my yarn, like stash, and then whatever.
And you never ended up doing anything with it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
we have all been there. I found this little like hood pattern that I might use to make it, but I don't know. I was planning on doing that just when I was going to use the yarn separately, like the separate colors. So I'm not sure how I would do it with combining the colors. I need to start thinking about.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh my goodness, I feel like we have so much to catch up on. This is what happens when we don't see each other as much. We just have so much to talk
I
about.
know. It's
But
so
we should
much.
probably actually sprint, question mark?
Yes, we should. We should sprint. Because one other thing I forgot to mention is the audiobook I'm listening to, and that's why I'm listening to this and not the one that I should be reading that you gave me last time that I also put on pause, is because this one is due at the library in 2 days. So there.
So you got to get through it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yep. I renewed the Broken Eye like twice, and now there's someone else waiting for it.
Aw.
So it will return in 6 days, and I'm not sure if I will be ready for it to return in 6 days.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
we'll
Well,
do
I'm
our
not
best.
sure I will
My
be able
reading
to finish
always
this
goes
one.
really well January, February, and then as soon as March hits, bam.
Mm.
I my reading month has been very bad so far. I think I finished 2 books
Me
in
too.
the
Me
in the
too.
whole 10 days.
I've also been
I
like
did a book a
slumping a bit.
day in January.
I
2
know.
books.
I know.
Wild. Wild. Not that quantity matters, but like
Yeah.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy right now, which I guess is the important thing.
Yes.
Cool. So
45?
45, that sounds great to me. I'm going to disappear for a few minutes while I get some crafting materials and try to think about what I'm going to do.
Sounds
See
good.
all of you very soon.
See you. welcome back. Did you hear the sound? Maybe
No, I
not.
don't think your sound is connected. Like it doesn't
Yes.
come through. It didn't meow last time either.
I'm
But
I I don't know what to do for the settings for that, but maybe we can use yours next time and so everybody can
sure.
jump and not just me.
And jump when we hear the meow, and not when you say hello, hello.
Yes.
So how was your book?
25% in. It's a
Nice.
long audiobook. It's like 20 hours in total, so you know. eh. But I think finally we have like a plot, we have a quest, we have things that are set up again. So it is more interesting. I do have an issue with this book is that like the chapters are really, really long.
Hmm.
Um, and also they're really long, but for no reason, because sometimes some of the chapters right now I'm only reading the audio, but I was reading also physically the others, immersively. And
Mhm.
like you have like paragraphs, so you have like maybe like a page or two for one scene, and then you cut to the next scene. So you could very well just write like another chapter and end a chapter, but he doesn't. And he has like chapters that are like an hour and a half long to listen to, right? Which is
Mm,
ridiculous, in my
gotcha.
opinion. And also, it's not something that the author does in other books because his like latest books, right?
Hmm.
I forgot. I see the cover, but I forgot the name. But anyway, I remember that they were not as long. You know, they were not short chapters, but they were still like 5, 10, 15 pages.
Sure.
How about you?
I hit 15%, which is good. I
That's good.
I spent a lot of time scrolling through Ravelry, just looking for something to make. I decided
Mm,
not to use the alpaca yarn right now. I have like 4 different colors of fingering weight sock yarn here. I
mm,
don't want to make socks. However, I do want to use this yarn. I'm thinking about maybe like a shawl or something, but I didn't buy the colors intending to use them together.
yeah.
So it's really hard to like find something. I've got this like it looks black on screen, but it's really dark blue. And then this like heathery red color,
Ooh.
and then purple
Ooh.
and gray. Which I feel like all of those colors like go together. Like I can do something with these. I just
Yeah.
don't know how to do something with these. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
working on.
That's always my problem. I don't know what to do with stuff, so I'm like, eh. So I think I will stop buying some yarn and then have to figure out what project for and
Yes.
instead work, reverse. Like have a project and then figure out the yarn, right, for it.
I think that's the correct way to do it. Yes.
Yes.
That is the
No.
way I would ideally like to do it. My problem is I buy stuff for a project and then I decide that I don't want that project and then I'm
Mm,
left over with the yarn.
mm-hmm.
That's what always happens to me. I don't usually just buy yarn to buy it. Usually I have a plan in mind. That's not
Sure.
always true. Usually I
For
do.
sure.
But then I change my mind too much. I'm too much of a
Uh,
mood knitter
sure. Sure,
crafter.
sure.
I'm a
That's
mood
that's
crafter.
okay.
Yes.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not, but also when I liked something, I tend to sometimes buy in bulk because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this and this and this and this, like whatever, and have in my mind,
Yeah.
and then I have this humongous pile of yarn, and I'm like, why did I buy so much of it?
What
What
am
did
I
I
going to do
think
with
that I
all
was
of
gonna make
this?
14 blankets? Who am I,
Yeah.
right? Hi, Linda. Thank you for
Hey,
joining us.
Linda. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
I think that was before we started sprinting, to
Yes,
be honest.
that was
3%
before,
of the
but
book
still.
in her ears, started body getting. Okay, nice. And to for those of us who might be confused, any references to body parts from Michelle, or she is crocheting something. So that is what
Yes.
she is talking about. Yes.
Oh, and her cat meowed for us. Okay.
Right.
Unfortunately, Michelle, we cannot also hear your cat. So,
Yes. Bummer.
yes. Yeah, I just actually bought some yarn online because so I was near Paris, right, for a week. So
Mm-hmm.
I went into Paris and I went like a couple like English bookstores, and I walked a lot. It was a really nice sunny day. But I
Yeah.
wanted to go to a yarn store, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
saw like the first thing that popped up, it was saying like 5,000 references of yarns and stuff and whatever. The shop is so small, and it's like they have, I think, a few shops in Paris, but this is the first one that pops up, so it's the biggest one, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is so tiny. And
Oh
it's
no.
it's like 90%, well, 95% for knitting. Everything's for knitting. Everybody's talking about knitting. It's only also the yarn is mostly like wool, alpaca, and stuff. There's no like cotton yarn, barely any cotton yarn, and the cotton yarn you have is like one type because there's like three brands. So there's all the wool and everything you can want, but only for this one brand that's this independent brand or whatever that they work with, right?
Right, right,
And I was
right.
like, no, I spent 2 minutes. The only thing I saw is there were some kits for amigurumi, but I don't want to know the yarn they're using if this is the yarn that they have. Because like the cotton one was very scratchy to me. I didn't like it. And so like I barely stayed 2 minutes in there and I was like, nope, okay. And all the other stores I found online were all knitting ones. So I'm really concerned about finding a store in France because we don't have like big craft stores like you have like Michael's, for example, in the US. So like I'm really concerned about finding yarn in person so I can see because obviously like a lot of the brands that you guys have, it's not really worth it to ship it here because it would be expensive. And I'm just trying to find some value yarn that's not like, you know.
You should have access to like Drops. Have you looked into that? Drops is a great European brand. They sometimes ship to the US, but and budget friendly too. Like their yarn is pretty cheap but really high quality.
Drops? I
Yes,
haven't heard of it. Okay.
Drops is really good.
So
That's
the
what comes to mind when it comes to budget yarn.
yeah, so the one I know is the one, for the cotton threads that you can find, the DMC brand also does yarn. But I haven't found yarn that's really great with this. But also I haven't found a store that sells a lot of the yarn anyway, because a lot of people just buy the cotton threads and not, like the yarn. So
Sure.
but anyway. But there's this British brand Serdar that does like crochet alongs and stuff. And they had this
Hmm.
like crochet along yarn, but they just furnish the things to make the blanket and that's it, right? So I was like, great. Also, it's like 40 pounds, British pounds. So it's like, great, that's not too much. And that way I can test also their yarn at the same time and all that. So
Hmm.
so I got
That sounds
that.
nice.
And we'll
Yeah.
see.
Yes.
Crochet zebra. Oh, a
That's what Michelle is
zebra.
making.
Nice. I got 4 amigurumi pattern books, including the Boobles patterns. Yeah, but those are pattern books. They're not yarn, they take less space and um you can, make another pattern or even make twice the same pattern, later on or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my roommate bought the Woobles pattern book a while ago, and she really loves having it. She finds it to be really helpful. Um, yeah, yeah, highly recommend. I'm still looking for something to make, and I can't find anything. I'm just in such a slump. Like I'm not liking anything I'm reading. I'm not liking anything I'm crafting. I'm
That's
not liking any of it at
sad.
all.
Because, like, a couple days ago, I think we were texting. I finished, The Ornithologist's Field Guide to Love, and I
Such a good
loved
book.
it so much, even more than the books that she wrote before. It was so much fun.
Mhm.
I can't wait for the second one that's dropping, I think in April, actually. So,
Yes. Yeah, no, there are some books on the horizon that are very exciting. I just, yeah, it's like even the exciting stuff I'm feeling kind of
oh,
about. Yeah.
yeah.
I think I just need to figure out my housing stuff. And then once that's like done and dusted and fine, then I can figure everything else out. But yeah, I
Done
think
and
I'm just like
dusted.
stressed.
Done
What?
and dusted, like the book. Done and dusted.
No, done the phrase.
I
Done and
know, I
dusted.
know, I know. I was trying to make a joke,
Oh,
but it's
I
fine.
see. I see. I see. Goodness gracious. Oh,
But I'm not good at making, like puns in English. And also,
no,
it's
that's okay.
midnight for me, so sorry.
No, no, no.
They're
It's
getting
all
worse.
good. Yeah. Yeah. Do we want to sprint again, or do you have something you want to chat about?
Well, apart from like yarn, I mean, I'm deep into yarn project crochet projects because I have this like friend, one of my friends in California. His son is turning 4 years old at the end of the month.
Aw,
So
cute.
I want to make a dinosaur because he loves dinosaurs.
Mm,
But I probably have like a week realistically if I really want to be sure for it to be there before the end of March, which is his birthday's not before like the first week of April, but they have his birthday party on the 30th. So,
gotcha.
um, and shipping can be, shipping packages can be a little bit more frustrating because like it usually like within 7 days you can be sure that your letter is gonna be get through from Europe, but
Mhm.
like you know, packages can be longer for sure.
That makes sense.
So yeah, that's my only thing. And I've been looking at dinosaur kind of patterns and stuff,
Hmm.
but I don't know if I'm really happy with the ones that are paid exactly. I think the main problem I have is like either they're like way too realistic or like too cutesy in my mind. It's also sometimes, when you see the pattern, it's still hard for me in a pattern like this to see the size that it's going to be, right?
It depends on the yarn you use too.
Yeah, it depends on the yarns and crochet and all those things too. So it's like a little bit more complicated to know. But like for example, the Woobles patterns, they're really nice and it's like cute and it's easy to make, but like obviously I don't want to make a this size, like dinosaur. I want to make it a little bit bigger than that. So yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Ooh, Scorpio loves amigurumi
Oh,
projects. Ooh,
yay!
yes.
That's so
Demon
fun. Look at
Slayer
us
and
making
Sailor
connections.
Moon.
Scorpio, I feel like I didn't know that you crocheted, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
I maybe you've told us before and I forgot, but I feel like I didn't know. Oh, goodness gracious.
Uh,
Clementine, I don't know what to do.
aw.
I feel like such a grump today. So tragic.
It's so sad also
Maria's making a
because
Wooble
this.
frog though. That's exciting. Maria,
Ooh.
I'm sorry that you're finding it to be tricky though. Hopefully it's still fun, even though it's hard.
Well, to
Um,
be fair, I don't know how much experience Maria has with crochet, right?
yeah, it's
Um,
always tricky at the beginning for sure.
and definitely, I think Woobles is really good at making it beginner friendly, but certainly, I was not a total beginner in crochet at all or anything. I knew, what stitches meant and everything before, I started. So I can't say that it's like um super easy to just go for a video and, like go there. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shall
Oh,
we?
Maria, you can do it. We believe in you. You must push through and you shall find success. We promise.
Maria, especially you've only made 2 rows. Those are like the hardest things you'll ever do. Because honestly, Woobles, like, especially amigurumi, like, it's nearly always the same kind of, like, stitch. It's always kind of the same thing. It's just, you're just after that gonna learn how to increase things, to decrease, and those are pretty, they get especially easier. I mean, the hardest part, honestly, for crochet at that point is like learning the stitch and like how to hold it, but then like seeing the stitches, like where you have to put your hook in, is the hardest part of all. And it's still something I struggle with if I have a yarn that doesn't have a lot of definition. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I don't see anything. Where am I? What am I doing?
Right.
um,
Right.
So yeah. And I agree with
Yeah.
Michelle. The frog is adorable. I am considering actually
Agreed.
getting the Woobles the pattern book for sure because they're really, really cute. Yeah, the tension, yes, definitely. But I would say, Maria, that with the yarn that they furnish, it's really lenient in terms of attention for sure. And I would say also that it doesn't matter as much with an amigurumi too, because you travel like in a row like this. So it's not like, I make a blanket, right? And I do rows and like you have a length and then it starts to be like half of it at the end of it, right? Or you make a scarf and you can clearly see the problem, right? Um so it will still you look cute, right? For sure. And everybody agrees about the frog, so.
Yes. Yes. And so your first one also, like your first woobles always, if you have experience crocheting, this might not be true. But your first wooble generally turns out a little bit wonky, and you should love it for its wonkiness.
Yep.
But then as soon as you try your next one, if you do another wooble or if you do something else, like it'll look so much better. Because again, you've done all of this before. Once you get the basics, like
Yep.
okay.
But also, if you don't feel confident doing like another pattern, you could definitely just buy more yarn and do exactly the frog another time, right? In a different color or something like this. Because then it's like you're doing exactly the same videos and you know that it's exactly the same. Obviously, like all the amigurumi, especially with Woobles, they have mostly the same things, especially like the body part is like nearly the same. It's just the amount of stitches are a bit different. But the accessories, like adding like with the dinosaur you have a tail and spikes, or like with the frog you have like the eyes, and then like and something maybe to put on the to actually crochet on the body itself, or you have like a couple techniques that might differ a little bit, but most of the technique is the same from the start. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right.
And
You can
yes, you
totally
can
buy the
buy Woobles yarn at Michael's. I'm sorry, I've been cutting you off, Angela.
Oh no, you're good. I'm still scrolling through patterns and Ravelry. I still have not found what I want to do.
Uh-huh.
I feel like my brain is going to explode today. Really not
Aw.
enjoying it.
This is all good to know. I'll definitely
That's
embrace the
okay. We'll get through
wonkiness.
it.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
the
will.
wonkiness means that you're learning, which means that you're doing something right.
Yes. And I'll see if you start to see the wonkiness, it's already like a good point because you can see where you're getting like not straight or something like this.
Well, really, hopefully you're noticing it's wonky because you have some really good stitches that you're comparing it
Yeah.
to, right?
Yeah.
Like you can see the difference in your own work.
Also,
But why don't we let I'm sure Maria will return to it when she feels comfy doing so.
yeah. Yeah. And Scorpio, I agree. Yeah, the hands or like like just the little really small pieces that you're supposed to crochet by yourself, because especially like hands or like I was doing the spikes with the dinosaur, it's just a few and it's round but it's like super small, so it's really hard to do. And I honestly do not like um finishing the pieces, like, like stitching into, like, actually like just putting a needle and thread and, like putting them
That's a
on.
pretty
I always
common,
feel like it's wonky when I do that.
yeah.
Although I have been better now and I've been doing like 3 or 4 of them, I can definitely see that it's getting a little bit less wonky than it was before, so, And
Yeah,
that's the process that's important for sure, Scorpio. I agree too.
that's not an uncommon feeling, certainly.
Yeah. Shall we get into a sprint? I feel like we've been talking a lot about
Yeah,
crochet
let's
and
do
not.
it.
We
Yes, we
should we
should
should try to
sprint.
be productive. Let's go.
Yeah,
Because
we should
hey,
try
I'm
to be
only I'm
productive.
only a fourth into my book and I have like 48 hours. Well, no, not 48 hours. Wow. Yeah, I have less than 48 hours.
Yeah, then we should let you do. Um, I Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here and be grumpy for a while longer. It'll be fine. Maybe I'll eat a snack. Maybe that'll make me feel better. Oh goodness gracious. Do you want me to share my screen this time?
Yeah, if you want. That way we'll have the sound if you want to.
Sure. There we go. 45 on the clock. There's a lot of pink happening here now with your walls. Clementine, I feel like your walls match the timer, which is
It's
entertaining.
actually purple-ish, but with the light and everything, that's not like it
Yeah.
doesn't show up. Yeah.
It reads, at least on my screen, it reads very pink. So yeah,
Yeah, no, I
exciting stuff.
know. I know. I haven't figured out good lighting in this room. I have to find another place in there, but
I
yeah.
mean, my lighting's awful all the time, so no judgment here. Alrighty. I will go ahead and start the timer. Good luck. See you all soon. Hello, hello. Did my sound work for the meow that time?
Yes, it did. Hello.
Fabulous.
I tried to do something with the light, but it doesn't change that much, so.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. As long as you're not bothered by us thinking that it looks pink, then, no worries.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's a light purple that can look pink for sure. It's okay.
My book is really interesting. I've definitely gotten back into it. I'm very
Nice.
happy. I'm at 20%, which is good. And I've given up on finding a pattern that I want to do anything with these bags of yarn for. So I'm going back to the cream balls of yarn and I'm going to try to figure out something to do with these. So, progress, I guess.
So I did
How was your reading?
I did manage to get to 33%, so I'm a third of the way through. Yay!
Yay! Go you.
I did a few more rows, but I did try to figure out this like light situation, so I did not do as much crochet as in the last print, but that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
Tell us in the chat how did you guys do?
If you made any progress, let us know.
Yes, let us
We'd love to celebrate with you. I scrolling through Ravelry is, I think, an addiction. I think I should be diagnosed. I think it is bad.
Yeah, but I think also it might be useful, for other people, because like you've been like you were the one who introduced me to it. I didn't even know it existed before, right? So like
to Ravelry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone should use Ravelry is good. But yes, I am. I have like decision paralysis. I'm not able to pick anything.
Okay. Do you know what type of thing you want to make? I think that could like help out.
Yeah, the problem is none of the things that I'm looking at, it would like make sense to do color changes for. So then I'm like, well, I'm sure I could find something, and then I just scroll forever, which is not effective.
Ooh. That is very productive.
Nice to hear about, Michelle.
She finished organizing books, watched Jeopardy, worked on the body of her amigurumi, and talked to mom. Wow.
Ooh.
That's nice. I mean, I do have to say, though, that I usually do the same type of projects, which is either like hats or scarves. Blankets is my go-to usually. I tried making fingerless gloves at some point, but I still have to do it. I have this pattern which with like a lace weight yarn that I need to do. I do have this weightless yarn, this lace weight yarn that should be working with it, and I think I have enough. But I never did.
Ooh. I kind of like more. Okay, I found a pattern that I kind of like. Okay, you're not going to be able to see it very well. Okay, but I kind of like this pattern. It's for a shawl, and you see the little liney section?
Yeah.
I could do a color change and do those like lacy liney sections with the contrast color that I have,
Oh yeah,
like with the pinkish.
you
So the rest of it could be white, and then just those lines could
you
be
could.
the other color.
Or like if it's like something that has like an edge, you could just do the edge with the, like the other color.
Yeah, it has an I-cord edge. I don't know if I will finish it with an I-cord edge. I also might crochet around the edge of it if I don't want to do the I-cord.
Sure. No, but I mean, like whatever you do with the edge to make it a little bit less random or whatever, you could not just do like the middle like that, but do like a little bit of the edge too or something. But you can also see how it looks, right? And that as you go.
Yep. I guess I could. So it says you can also do it just as like a scarf instead of a shawl. I don't know. Oh, wait. No, I wasn't looking at the direction of the knitting well. I can't do the color changes like that. The stitches are going in the wrong direction.
Oops.
Well, it was a good idea. We'll keep looking.
Did you look into both crochet and knits work?
Yeah, but I'm kind of feeling like I want to knit it. But yes, I have looked both in the crochet stuff and the knit stuff. Sword from the center out.
Sad. Sad.
Yeah. Oh, I found a free pattern that I kind of like. Maybe I'll just knit a little swatch and see if I can get gauge. Handkerchief. 60 grams for the shawl. Okay. Okay. This isn't bad. What is this? Oh, it linked me to a. This isn't okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I got it. I got the pattern. Yay. We'll try this and see how it goes. Here's 8 knitting needles. But yeah, I need to find a set of needles in my bag that are size 8. I have many. It's just whether I can find them.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I don't think I have a lot, but then I look at my, like bag and I'm like, why do I have twice the same one? So luckily moving, I did give you some that I had extra, right? That I had doubles. So I don't have double stuff.
That's good.
But I might get the extra again because they're all like metal ones, right? And since I went and got like the silicone clover ones, I'm addicted. I like them so much better.
Yeah, I like the clover ones too. I agree. They're just very good. Actually, I have one right here. This is the, this is the G book. And it's, they're all very good.
Yeah.
I found a size 8 knitting needle to swatch with. So I'm going to break open your alpaca yarn. And we're going to give it a shot.
Cool.
Can I find the center pole? That's the outside pole.
Well, I might be weird, but I prefer to do the outside pole.
I don't like it because it ends up all twisty.
I know, but I still prefer the outside pole. I don't know. It's just I think I tried a few times with some types of yarn to do a center pole. One, it was really hard to find it, and two, it kept twisting in a weird way still. and like the whole
Mhm.
thing went out after a while or something, and I really hated that
Oh,
because
yeah.
it made even more knots. So
Well, this is not looking good for me. I might need to get out my ball winder and
mm,
just wind it.
hmm
Um,
so Scorpio read 30 pages and ate dinner. Very
Ooh,
good,
nice.
productive,
Very
and
exciting.
they wish they were knitter. They can't get a handle of it at all. I feel like it too, but also I feel like I haven't like persevered enough probably with it in my it's just that also I think I really enjoy crochet and there's still like a lot of things that I haven't done with crochet that I want to do first. I might go back to it. I know that my grandmother did teach me a little bit how to knit and I was able to do like a simple kind of stitch thing, but I haven't done any since, so I wouldn't be able to do it, you know.
Yeah. I learned how to knit first, but I have done more crocheting. I'm a faster crocheter than I am a knitter. And I
Mhm.
think I'm a more proficient crocheter than I am a knitter. But I like the look of knit things more, but the
Mm.
process of crocheting more. So
Mhm.
that it's you know, there are positives and negatives to it all, I suppose. But
Yeah. Yeah. I think mostly I do like the look of crochet things and I do like all the things that you can do with crochet, so I'm fine with that and it's not the look of it
mhm.
because I think the only thing that I really love with knitting is like the sweaters, right? But those are like huge projects and I don't feel like, just taking projects just for that and I'm like that's just a little bit too much. But yeah. Yeah. But also when I started, crocheting, I was like, oh, granny squares look weird. I don't feel like doing those, but now I feel like I'm interested in this. So like if I were starting knitting, I would also get into all the knitting stuff. Um,
Yeah. And I feel like your tastes change over time too.
yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
It's
So
very normal.
yeah, I wish
So
there were more
Scorpio,
trainers or
if
the rest of
you
it.
so what you don't want to do is try to knit backwards. It's just not like a helpful endeavor, because all of your patterns are going to be knit, um, like are going to be written the other way. So trying to, and some of them would be reversible, right? But
Hmm.
trying to like knit left-handed is not super helpful. But what you can do is, Scorpio, depending on whether you're used to when you're crocheting, like I guess if you learn how to crochet left-handed, maybe you're used to tensioning your yarn in your right hand. But like wherever you hold your yarn when you're crocheting, my suggestion for you would be to learn to knit holding your yarn in that hand. So you can knit English style, which is by holding the yarn in your right hand and throwing it over your needle every time you make a stitch, or you can knit continental style, which is holding the yarn in your left hand and like picking it up with your right hand as you knit. So that would be my like gentle recommendation. Um, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
a challenge. Like if you try to reverse it, that would be really, really challenging.
yeah.
Yep.
I think it's much harder for sure than for crochet.
Well, I think knitting is much more organized than crochet. Like I think
Yeah,
it's
no,
much more
no.
obvious where your
I
needles
just meant,
go.
it's
Um, Sorry.
I just meant that, for crochet you can just like say, oh, you're left-handed and you do everything like, but the pattern is still gonna look the same. It's just that you do it, like from left to right instead of right to left when you do a row or something, right? Um, but the pattern is gonna look the same, but obviously with knitting, since you have the two needles, it's like a little bit more of a
Yeah, I mean, I think with crochet, if you were, I mean, I don't know exactly how you crochet left-handed, like if you're physically crocheting it in the opposite direction, or if you're just holding it in your left hand while you're making the stitches. I don't know
Now you're
which thing that
physically
is.
going the other
Then
way.
you're gonna have trouble with some patterns regardless. So like, I mean, some of them are reversible, right? So if it's a symmetrical pattern, you won't have an issue. Um, but yeah, Scorpio, I believe in you. You can learn. I think you'll be awesome. It'll be fabulous. And I can't wait to hear from you. And also, if you decide that knitting isn't for you, that's totally okay. It's all good.
Sure.
All right, I cast on. I'm gonna swatch.
Yay.
It's gonna be fine. Maybe. We'll see.
Hopefully.
We'll see.
Yeah, I also don't know too much about patterns with crochet. I just know that I try to learn because I'm left-handed, so my mom tried to teach me like twice before it really stuck.
Hmm.
And
So do you follow patterns in like you crochet with your left hand and go backwards?
no, I crochet with my right hand.
Okay.
So I don't know because like when we tried doing it, left-handed, it didn't stick. So
Yeah.
I
For
crochet
sure.
right-handed.
Yeah, for most things, like I said, for most things it's going to be fine. It'll just be like the mirror image. If you tried to do a pattern where like the directions mattered, like I imagine that if you made a sweater, for example, you might have some trickiness,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. Scorpio has a question.
Yes.
Have either of us read A Study in Drowning? I have not.
I also have not. Also, I've heard that it's YA, isn't it?
I'm trying to remember this one because I think I'm getting it mixed up with some other books. What is it, horror-y, or am I totally
I think it's like a fantasy with
in the wrong
some
direction?
maybe horror-like elements or like dark academia, at least,
That's what
right?
I was kind of thinking dark academia too, but I wasn't sure if I was just being influenced by the study part. I'm gonna look at the book cover.
Let's read for other people. Yeah, it is YA. Yes, that's the one I thought. Fairy tales, haunted by visions. Yeah, it is. I
Oh,
mean,
the
it's
cover's
definitely
pretty. I like the
there's
cover.
definitely the school setting, the rivals, dark forces. There's definitely like the dark academia setting kind of environment in there.
Yeah, it's not the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, they don't say dark academia; they just say gothic. So a gothic kind of mystery kind of thing. With maybe some fantastical elements probably in there too. I don't know. I think it's received a lot of good reviews for sure. This one, Aviva Reed. I think also I was a little bit put off because I saw this coming out and it was YA, so it was not necessarily like on my priority list because I don't read as much YA. And then I
Yeah.
think another Aviva Reads came out, which was more horror elements. And then I was like afraid that maybe also A Study in Drowning was a little bit, in the horror elements a little bit too much or whatever because she wrote something like that. Which, I mean, it doesn't mean that it is. It's just.
Right.
I mean, I would say like definitely if it sounds interesting to you, I would say to give it a shot because like a lot of people have been liking that one for sure. I think it's the one also that people of Ava Reed's books that people love the most, I think. Am I wrong
I
in
feel like
thinking
not
that?
very plugged into people's thoughts right now. So I have absolutely no advice. But Scorpio, I support you in your book selecting journey. And I
Yeah.
I'm genuinely hopeful that if you do decide to pick it up, that it's yeah, worth it.
And it's just that I feel that Eva Reed wrote like another book recently that was not that had some more mixed reviews compared to this one. I think, but like I'm not totally sure.
I'm just
So,
not familiar enough. Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's her who wrote like who tried to do. Maybe she tried to write like a more adult one, and then
I mean, do you see anything on her list? You looked it up,
it.
right? Is anything familiar?
No. Hmm. I think I'm mistaken with another one. It has a
Oh no,
similar
She
method.
wrote Juniper and Thorn. I know who this author is.
Oh yeah,
That's why.
yeah,
The Wolf and the Woodsman, which was very popular.
yeah.
Juniper
Hmm.
and Thorn, which was very popular.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think Juniper and Thorn was very dark. I actually think
Yes.
that's what I might have been mixing it up with. And so I imagine that if people who loved Juniper and Thorn, which is like an adult horror, picked up A Study in Drowning, which is a
Definitely.
YA fantasy, um,
Definitely.
vibes might have been a little bit different or a little bit off. The
Hmm.
Wolf and the Woodsman, I heard very good things about, but that it
Yeah.
was like also kind of intense.
Yes.
So yeah, I think if I were
So,
to try one, I would probably try The Wolf and the Woodsman. Um, yeah.
but also like I've heard like a lot of good things from people who read The Study in Drowning that didn't read any other Ava Reed's books, right? And also were not interested in the more like intense, dark themes, right? So I think it does have like its appeal, but certainly like a different like vibe, right? So if you want more
Oh,
like
certainly.
dark one, Juniper and Thorn, if you want more like intense, but otherwise like if you want more, like fun times maybe, probably. I don't know.
Yeah,
We haven't
yeah.
read any of
Juniper
this, so
and Thorn was very highly thanked. What was that?
we haven't read any of these, so
Okay, so we know.
whatever we say.
Yeah, I will say Clementine, this yarn is very pleasant to knit with. It's very
That's
knittable.
good.
Yes.
That is good.
I am feeling a little bit tired. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, but it's nearly
I know it's
1:30 a.m.
very
for
late
me.
for you. Yes.
But I mean, don't go with my time because we're going with yours. That's okay. I don't
Well,
have like to wake up like I just have like a lunch plans with my dad, so that's it. So I'm fine.
my question is, do we want to do one more sprint and then stop?
Yeah, that sounds good. Also,
Okay.
that way I can get a little bit more advanced in my book.
Sure. Sounds good. All righty. I'll go ahead and share the screen again. And we will go for about 45 minutes. And this will be our last sprint. Good luck. Happy reading.
Welcome back, everyone. Let us know what you did in last sprint. Ooh. I cannot hear you, Angela.
I was so proud of myself. I hit 25% and I'm very happy and I'm enjoying it, which is awesome.
That's nice.
Life is good.
I hit 40%, so
Yay.
that's good. And I feel like I did quite some crochet today.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to put a little stitch marker where I start, or like on the row that I start on.
I mean, that's fair.
And then at the end of the day, I can see my progress, which is always really satisfying.
Yeah, I think for this one, I just want to see if it's like good enough in terms of sizing and just, check it out. But
does your dad know you're making it, or is it a surprise?
It's a surprise, so it's a problem. I'm trying not to do a 20s year. So I could have, crocheted this afternoon, but I didn't, right? Just, yeah. But I think it is long enough right now, so if I'm doing a little bit more, right? I don't know if I'll have the time to do the whole thing tomorrow, but like at least like a little bit more would be nice. Anyway, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, that was our last sprint. Do we feel good about logging off, or is there something else you want to chat about first?
No, I think that's fine. Obviously, I have a little bit less energy than at the beginning of the sprints, as usual. So,
sure. Yeah, me too. Alrighty. Okay, everyone. We will see you guys next week, probably. And yeah, goodbye.
Bye.